are you? What are you doing in Bill's backyard?
You don't like girls?
What is going on?
You don't know who I am, but I know where you live.
What?
Can I borrow some gas?
Damn it, Dale!
Wow. I actually remember they asked to scan my, like underneath my feet for a reference when I was at Consumer Production. Like, scanning your feet as well.
Look at this ladder.
What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no.
You're pretty good.
Clinky.
Give me a call or find me on them internets at www.
Super Mario World 2, only on the Super NES.
The Earth, that's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who ever...
Hello, こんにちは。どちらのお国の方ですか?
Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta, Georgia.
一緒? Same?
Yeah.
You は何しに日本へ?
Vacation.
Oh, vacation.
Yeah. We're gonna try and see Mount Fuji today.
Mount Fuji 行くの?
行っといてよ。
観光5日目。これから富士山に行くんだって。
And I wanted to try the food. Here, the food's amazing. So, fire ramen in Kyoto yesterday.
Fire ramen?
Yeah.
Fire ramen. 燃えてんの? ファイヤーって言うのは辛いんですか?
No, they set it on fire.
本当に燃えるんだ。何これ? ラーメンから？マジ? ファイヤー! マジ? 何これ? ネギがどっさりラーメン。燃えた油で香りがアップするんだって。大興奮。
Oh, yes, very good. Yeah, very good. Okay.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, there it is. There's the music. We almost had a smooth transition to begin us another exciting week of another Super Bunny Hop, Super Duper Poverty, sappy stream. That's right. We're not the sad stream anymore because I don't know if I'm feeling the sadness. I don't think these are sad streams anymore. I haven't been sad on stream. My real life sadness has been at a minimum lately. But as we can see, that's not the feeling shared by our protagonist here in the video game adventure. We're no longer doing poverty sad streams. We're doing poverty sappy streams. We're doing a Metal Gear Monday Permadeath poverty sappy stream because the poverty is it's not coming from inside the house anymore. There is a suspiciously huge capital assessment HOA bill that I am being expected to pay at the end of the month. The amount of money that they're asking is somewhat comical, and it's probably never going to be in my bank account. But I'm gonna give it a good old honest try anyway, and let's see how things go. We're gonna be taking a lot of shameless donation requests again while taking you for a ride. That's the ride we're taking you for here. So if you want, wait a second. I need to adjust my menu here because I'm really jazzed about the karaoke song requests, but for Metal Gear Solid 5, I don't know if I'm as jazzed about the playstyle requests and loadout requests here. Yeah, let me just change that a bit. Well, you're poor, but at least you're less sad. Yeah, it's a better combination. Better ingredients to the soup, at least. Do you have Spanish? No foreign language songs, please. I do not. I'm sorry, Palusas. I do not have Spanish song requests. I am too afraid of butchering the language. And is this still not going to work? Let's first start ground zeros and upload your save data. I think this time we have time. Last time I was playing with that button, it felt like we didn't have time, but this time we're at the very beginning of things. Yeah, I don't... Something about the anime songs made me feel a little weird. I worry that if we do Spanish songs, we'll be in the same kind of weirdness where there's going to be a certain level of discomfort here. We're like butting up against thoughts of appropriation or whatever, of getting in trouble with internet leftists, and you know what I'm not a fan of is leftist infighting. So let's not try to force me in my financial desperation to sing foreign songs. Instead, let's play both Metal Gear Solid 5 games at the same time. How different are these menus? Because, like, I never really flipped back and forth from one to the other like we're doing here now. The Phantom Pain, the helicopter has a window on it. In Ground Zeroes, the helicopter's all locked up and we're inside. They're still remarkably close and closer than I had ever thought. How obvious is the eye patch difference, though? Let's see. On this menu, it's on the right side. And Phantom Pain, it's also on the right side? Hang on a second here. I thought the fans told me that his eye patch was different in both games from day one, but I'm not seeing it. Both are sad dudes, but when flipping back and forth, let's go back. It's not quite as fast for me as it might be. They're awfully similar looking people, but I could see how one could conceive of a situation in which these are actually two different sad looking action commando guys. Yeah, Phantom Pain Man Phantom Pain Man's face is a little squishier. His mullet's not quite as intense. It's subtle. It's subtle. It's very subtle, but you can see it. And it's not the eye patch. How come the fans always said that the eye patch was on the wrong side of his face? I don't remember that. You gotta unlock mirror mode to have him switch the eye patch. It's like the comparisons between the president at the beginning versus the end. Let's see. Metal Gear Solid 3 final shot. The eye patch is on his right side! The eye patch has always been on his right side! What's the deal with that? Okay, so I never really took it that seriously, but I swear, I fucking swear that there was a big fan controversy when they first revealed the Metal Gear Solid The Phantom Pain, where people were immediately expecting there to be an end of the game, oopsie whoopsie, main character's not who you thought they were twist, based on the location of which eye was eye patch covered. And we're flipping from back to back, from one game to another. I even just Google image searched the Metal Gear Solid 3 cutscene shots. And the eye patch looks like it's always been on the right. White men are like anime girls in this way. And anyway, in any case, we need to upload our save data. That is what we came here to launch Metal Gear Solid V: The Ground Zeroes, as opposed to Metal Gear Solid V: The Phantom Pain. What does uploading your Ground Zero save data even do? Save data upload? Oh yeah, okay, this is what I want. I'm not saving data, I'm uploading data. Save data upload, I get it. Okay. Now, let's go to Phantom Pain and oh, that's Ground Zero, it's not. Yeah, here we go. Download. Hey, no, God, no, I'm not sure. My controller inputs are going to Ground Zeroes instead of Phantom Pain. Wait a second. Yeah, let's download save data. No save data found. You must first start uploading again. I just thought of an idea. Excuse me. I'm getting over some kind of cold. Okay. I just thought of an idea. Okay. Please don't die, George. Oh, you don't know the half of it, my child. Okay, now options, graphics, windowed, 720. Okay. Now, since the Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain is running on the Fox engine, and it's so ridiculously, amazingly optimized, we might be able to enjoy an ambitious experiment in independent gameplay here. Okay, which is the one? It's the Phantom Pain that's locked up in menu right now. Okay. So let's go back a layer. The controller's only going to ground zeros right now, though. If I give Phantom Pain focus, ground zeros is stealing the controller. I can keyboard. Phantom Pain gets keyboard. Ground zeros is getting controller.
By connecting your iDroid to the onboard computer, you turn the chopper into your own aerial command center.
We might need to relaunch Phantom Pain. And clarify to Steam that I don't want to use any Steam input garbage. This is like Metal Gear Solid 10 when you think about it. You mean... Trig the Discovery. You mean... Metal Gear Solid X? Okay, we're getting controller and Phantom Pain. And Ground Zero's menu. Why are we logging into a server? Come on, bring us up a menu. No, we gotta go back. We're gonna double the Phantom Pain. 2 Phantoms, 2 Pains. Oh, come on! Are we not getting controller? Okay.
By connecting your iDroid to the onboard computer, you turn the chopper into your own aerial command center, or ACC.
Maybe it's ground zeros we should relaunch.
Staff assignment and R&D of weapons and items can only be performed from there. Take as long as you need to consider all your options.
Why are we not getting any controller input? Okay, Phantom Pain. This game supports your controller, but you are currently remapping it via Steam input and may see incorrect glyphs. Why am I remapping it? Disable Steam input. I never opted into that. I did not press that button. Okay, we're going to try this again with some Steam input settings corrected a bit. How come? Yeah!
By connecting your iDroid to the onboard computer, you turn the chopper into your own aerial command.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
Some elements of R&D of weapons and items can only be performed from there. Take as long as you need to consider all your options.
Please select a mission.
If we're going to expand Mother Base,
There's a certain interesting harmony to the soundscape. Now there's not. Once the cheesy trumpet got in,
She told us everything.
there's no more elegance here. Although it kind of fits.
I kept my word.
I guess it's somewhat harmonious that they're both using the same sound designer.
Here. You earned it. How's it feel to play the traitor? No more war games. You're a real man now, Sultan.
Him playing his bigliest boss.
Give my regards to your boss when you get home.
Boss, the Soviet engineer is being held. You need to effect from the base camp up north, but it didn't work out. Now they're holding him at Sin. He's offered his technical skills to us as long as we can guarantee his safety. You have to extract the target. Boss, your target just happens to be the man who developed your prosthetic hand. He's the only one capable of maintaining it. If we bring him in, I'm sure he'll be able to modify it in all kinds of ways as well. Be careful down there, boss.
Mission info has been updated.
This is an infiltration mission. You've got to stay out of sight. Before you go any further, use your binoculars to recon the area.
Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. I learned last time that making sure that your snakes are in sync is very important. Oh, okay, so this way we can actually get into the real nitty-gritty about how differently the two games control. And I'm immediately seeing some weirdness. Yeah, like Metal Gear Solid 5's controls are feeling a little tighter, and now we can actually explain why. Snake's not climbing up this rock in Ground Zeroes. And MGSV, I'm not getting up the rock, but there's some sort of slidiness programmed in that's not immediately making it look like a more arbitrary invisible wall. Is it just me, or is the camera... Let's see which game has the faster camera by default, and if the settings are actually the same. Fives is slowing down when it's behind me? Ground Zeroes is keeping a steady pace, but you see, when it hits snakes like 5, 6, 4 o'clock, it kind of lags a bit. Is it because there's a hill in the way? Let me get more flat land, actually. It might be because the hill's bumping the camera around. Ground Zero's sleeper hold seems quicker. Now it's kind of looking to me like Ground Zero's camera is faster. Options. There we go. Control settings. Camera settings. Okay, okay. Camera speed, shoulder. Yeah, Ground Zeroes is a little slow, or a little faster. Remote weapon controls. Let's get these equalized somehow. Alright, now I'm going to minimize ground zeros and see if that blocks the input. No, it didn't. Okay, maybe we can cancel in ground zeros. Yes. Yes, this is what I want, right? Okay, let's take another look at that. 6656. 6656. Beautiful. Okay. Okay, they look... They're starting to look the same. We're both playing at nighttime. I think Metal Gear Solid 5 is going to require a lot more brain cells than Ground Zeroes, because I have to, like, think a little more long-term. Okay, hang on a second. I need one of my snakes to get stuck on something for a second. There we go. Well, this snake's gonna... Excuse me, was that a light I saw? Turn that off. Do we have a silencer on both guns? Okay, let me just unequip a weapon on one of these snakes. Oh no! It's really hard to unequip a weapon from one snake and equip weapons on the other snake because of the control synchronicity. Okay, okay, if we can't do it with a weapon, maybe we can get Ground Zero Snake past the tower with just pure stealth. The night vision goggles are making it real easy to tell whether or not he's hidden.
Climb an obstacle. Press the action button.
They're the same animations, but there's something about MGS5's movements that is, that feels better, and actually explaining with plain English words exactly why is more fun than just saying it's better. You can tap the D-pad for a quick unequip. Uh-oh. Okay, maybe if I go at the diagonals... Oops! Okay, there we go. This is more manageable.
Spit it out.
The map has been updated.
Okay, now Venom Snake. I wanted to investigate this little village. There might be... I learned in the last mission that going to the little villages before the target is a good idea sometimes. So if we can keep... Uh-oh. There we go. What? Okay, but why does it feel more refined? How do we specify these abstract terms we're using? Better, more refined. That's those are synonymous. They're both equally non-specific. Oh yeah, one interesting thing I see here. Okay, so depending on camera motions, the direction that I press the up button in is always going to be a little different. Feels like he's a little faster in Phantom Pain. Okay, in MGS5 the guard gets held up on the ground, and ground zero's the guard gets up regardless if you're aiming at him. This wasn't a village, it was just a roadblock. I heard the word prisoner or something like that. Well, I don't think that post is going to be very useful. We're going to try to make a little more ground, try to gain a little more ground in ground zeros.
Now head east to the old prison area. You can bring up the target's location on your iDroid.
Oh man, I don't think this is gonna work. Oh wait, no, it might. So long as there's a rock nearby that I can get one of the two stuck on, in either of the two games, I think I can make it work. I just need... Okay, so I need Venom Snake to go to the left, and I need Ground Zero's Snake to go to the right. There's a conflict here.
What do you see? Press the call button to get more intel.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Contact me if you need advice.
Believe me, I'm aware. Oh boy, we're fucked. We're done. Maybe not.
You should move the bodies of enemies somewhere out of sight. Take a good look at the enemy through your binoculars, and you can mark him. Marked enemies can be sensed when nearby, even if there's a wall between you and them. But it only works if you stop and take the time to focus your attention. This helps you maintain situational awareness. Try it.
Okay, we've gained ground in ground zeros. We've not gained a lot of ground in Phantom Pain. So I need to position ground zero snake. The up button... Oh, man. So one of the things that's making this harder to do than the top-down games is how tilting the stick in the up direction means something fundamentally different when the camera's behind your back than it does when the camera's over your top. When the camera's over the top in Metal Gear, it usually means north. The word forwards is quite a different word than the word north. But this is how you do it in either case, whether it's a top-down or over-the-shoulder Metal Gear game. The tech is to position one of your snakes in an obstacle while moving the other one into the real intended location away from an obstacle. Oh, my night vision goggles are out.
That's the Waksin barracks. The target is somewhere inside that outpost. The Soviets consider him a traitor now, so he'll be treated like any other prisoner.
So I have to line something forwards up. Something up to the forwardness of both characters. In a way that won't steer either of them too far out into danger. Oh, the right stick might be able to help me out here a bit. Yeah, because left stick's going to be... There we go. We now have a clean forwards for, Phantom Pain Snake. Alright, we gained some ground. Let me get Phantom Snake in front of a rock and on the ground. And Ground Zero's snake pointed at where I want him to go. Am I playing this on hard? I just realized.
This is the transmission we intercepted.
Classics here too. You're at the precinct area on the go. Snake, it's Chico. I need your help. Cypher's holding me on a U.S. military base in Wuhan.
Their lives are in your hands. Get Chico and Paz out of there.
Okay. Oh, I can also swap their stances. It looks like iDroid is a way to break
Marker placed.
the continuity of that. How did I do that? In the previous games, it was like an inventory screen I could use.
Use a flare grenade to call the chopper to your current position. Just don't forget you might put it in danger of being shot down.
think the chirp means there's a guy that I'm supposed to be looking at. There's a guy. How am I doing?
That's the old prison area. The targets are there. Boss, we've been in touch with Amanda. We had her listen to Chico's call for help. She agrees with us. She said, I know my brother and I know when he's lying. She also had a message for you. I'm ready for the worst. Sounded a little too cheerful to me.
I'm really not liking the ground I'm having to crawl across in the Phantom Pain. This is good. I like it when one of my snakes is on the ground. Gives me more... Wait, hang on. Let's get him moving in a different direction of forwards. No, not... We don't want to go to the road. I don't think we can go away from the road in one game and towards freedom in the other game. I'm sorry, do I hear an alarm? What's that alarm? It's a sandstorm alarm. Oh, that's good. That's wonderful. How nice. Okay, let's get the cutscene going. There we go. And get Phantom Snake closer to the objective. What fortunate timing. This is perfect. God almighty, these games look good. My eyeballs are full of two of the, like, best looking games ever. I can't get over how clean the image is conveying exactly what it's trying to render.
Get off me! Get off! Chico, keep it down. Go away! Right over here. You gotta let me out. You let me out. Go. Get off me! Get off!
Is the storm clearing up? Should I get back down?
Chico, calm down. Calm down. Don't fight it.
Okay, so that alert freaked me out, and then all of a sudden I felt really jazzed when I heard that it was actually a sandstorm.
Not here.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Is Chico able to walk?
Hold on. Not gonna happen.
You'll have to carry him out then. Okay, boss, change your plans. Haul Chico over to the rendezvous point. We'll get Posse's whereabouts out of him once he's calmed
Why do they have so many trash fires? Was this the standard Soviet military doctrine? They burned their garbage in little barrels?
RV on your map. Okay, now carry
Oh,
Chico
okay.
there.
We have to be a little more serious now, which is unfortunate because Phantom Snake is pretty close to an enemy base. Venom Snake. These guys. These guys have screwed me up a couple times before. Is it just one guy this time? I must have the game on normal mode. Whew. Oh, no, there were two. There were two.
Once you don't end up head first in the ocean.
It's the weather effects. Both of these games have really intense weather effects. And is it just me, or does the rain intensify a bit when you rescue Chico? The rain got more intense around the same time the sandstorm rolled in. And like having both weather effects roll in at the same time with such fidelity was a very... Oh god. Zoom in. Yeah, there we go. Supply oh my god! No!
Chico, where is Pop?
Just as we suspected. They must be developing some kind of weapon in that region.
Supply drop complete.
She's dead.
When was this recorded?
She's dead.
So I just dropped some supplies into the middle of absolutely nowhere. Okay, let's see. How can I... Oh boy. Oh boy, how do I even get there? I think I just need to ignore the supply drop for now. Keep focusing on sneaking in.
This is Marshall, on station at LZ.
Put the target on the chopper. Chico's tape. Think it could give us a clue to Paz's location? Use your iDroid to listen to it.
Every time there's a cutscene, Phantom Snake's gonna make a lot more progress. Really fast.
Bus!
On your feet.
Okay.
Chico was taken out of his cage. Did he leave the tape recording while he was being moved? Paz might be up ahead. I hear vehicles.
Yo, I almost just fell in the ocean. Twice.
Must be near the heliport. A gate. Chico left the tape on record while he was being moved. Try using what you hear to find Paz. If you're still not sure, listen to the tape again.
The grass looks so much better in Phantom Pain. There's a generational leap in grass technology between the two games, apparently. Intrusion view. I know a place where I can trigger an intrusion view. I think I see a route up. I'm concealed to the guys on the left from Ridgeline. Is Ground Zero Snake gonna be okay? Yeah. He's crawling into a wall. He's good for now. Can I get him doing that in a darker spot, please, actually? Also, look at the collision detection going on. This... that feels like one of the subtleties that really makes the difference between the two games' control schemes. Get down! Get down! What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Oh, okay. Okay, we're both down. We're both down. But one of these snakes is like 2 down. I didn't want him quite... Okay, let's actually do this right now. That'll make me feel better. God, this is bad. Sun will rise momentarily, she said. Oh my god, she was wrong. It's already out.
That sound. A flag fluttering. Next they headed for a place with a helicopter.
These barracks don't exactly inspire much confidence. No, at least they have air conditioning. One of the scariest things is not knowing which game the footstep noises are coming from. It looks like in one of these 2 games I definitely should wait until nightfall for Phantom Pain to go back to, before I go further deeper down inside. Bathroom break! I gotta go for a bathroom break. I'll be right back. This has been great so far, though. I'm surprised I've made it as long as I did. I'm really wondering, though, what am I supposed to do with my permadeath rules in the Phantom Pain? This might be tricky if I get in trouble. I'll be right back. I'm thinking about it in the bathroom. Okay. So, if I tilt the stick in the wrong direction and accidentally get Phantom Pain Snake killed while goofing around with something silly and experimental, how seriously am I going to be taking that death? I think Ground Zero's Snake is in a more vulnerable position than Phantom Snake, but neither of them are doing great. Is there a time limit on this mission? That would be very bad.
Still searching for Paz? Try interrogating some of the Marines. They must know something. Put the squeeze on them. The target should be somewhere in that area.
The iDroid's going to be useful for this, actually, come to think of it. Yeah, let's exploit the iDroid for a little while.
The helipad. That matches Chico's tape.
Okay. How did we get a mismatched iDroid situation? I don't know, but I think that might be the key to dual wielding these two games here. Is breaking up the synchronicity between your iDroid inputs. In the previous games, it was getting one of the snakes down on his belly, while you piloted the other snake into safety. And here it might be more a matter of getting one of the snakes to click on their cell phone instead of pay attention.
Marker placed.
Marker placed. Every time... Oh, what? That is the second close call. Oh, is this another sandstorm? Oh no! Our iDroids are not synchronized anymore. Okay, let's get them locked in an animation. Yeah, there we go! We get them locked in an animation. That is how we do it.
Marker placed. Marker placed.
Wow, I didn't even know this guy was here.
Marker placed.
Okay, that was not very useful.
What we need is an interpreter. The main principle of intelligence work is intel gathering. But that's a problem if you don't speak the enemy's language. We need a staff member with the interpreter skill to do a simultaneous interpretation.
Okay, now is stun better than... You know what? Permadeath is on. We're not taking any chances. You know what? We might as well Fulton them, actually, if that's how we're gonna play. There's a system in place for incapacitating them permanently that carries...
Handling preparations for the inspection. Keep your mind on the mission.
They didn't hear that?
He's coming too. Roger that.
Oh no! Grabbing something's gonna turn off the iDroid. Wish I could hide in the lockers, but I can hide under the bed. There we go. Oh hey Helmut Schmidt, I'm just playing video games. Just having a normal, ordinary Metal Gear Monday. Is that camera actually moving? Oh, it's moving so small. I think I have the game set to easy mode.
The surveillance camera.
Nice, nice.
Marker placed.
Now, if I were an engineer in a Soviet-Afghan military base, where would I be? Oh, would I be by the striped shirts? Would I be out the window?
Marker placed.
Would I have been thrown out a window? Oh, there was some 80s music I wanted to collect on my way in.
Marker placed.
That camera is really making me nervous in one of these games.
Marker placed. Marker placed.
Who spotted me?
Marker placed.
Who was that?
Marker placed.
Good thing they don't hear those windows comically shattering. Oh no, get back inside, get back inside. I meant to say get back underneath the building instead of get back inside. I like the idea of parking Venom Snake really far away now. I see that these Soviets have their fortifications built extra strong towards the wall, but not very strongly towards these cliffs in the background here. Which I'm just now realizing that there might be a valid point of entry from the cliffs into the base, but what we're going to be using it for instead is a valid point of resting, a sleeping spot in enemy territory we found here.
The drainage channel. You might be able to crawl in there.
These streams are... Oh no, Element Schmidt, I'm so sorry. I also like the music. The Phantom Pain music is going really well with the Ground Zeroes. The 80s synthwave goes with this gray, blue, rainy, urban vibe. Maybe more than it does the dry, sunny desert in the middle of a hot day. Should I magazine him somewhere else? Oops. I got the wrong guy's attention. I'm also worried about my wet, sloppy footsteps causing noise, but it looks like I might not have to worry about it. Now, you don't want to shoot the cameras, right? Oh, nice! Ah, there is a guard down here. I have 19 tranquilizer bullets. I don't think I need to use one. I'll shoot the camera after I take the guard down.
To interrogate in it, you can now either interrogate him, knock him out, or kill him. His life is in your hands.
I hope I didn't lure anyone over Phantom Pain side. I don't think so. I'm a little disoriented. Where's that camera? Okay, there I am. Let's knock him out, take him upstairs, and then give him a tap with the silenced rifle. Okay, let's get Phantom Pain Snake down on the ground. Nope. Down on the ground. How much silencer do I have? I have enough. Let's unequip Phantom Pain's guns. Whoa! Oh no! Oh, come on. Can't I shoot him through the little gap here? If this was Hunt Showdown, I could shoot him through the little gap here. Okay. Confirmed. Phantom Pain Snake checks his cell phone faster than Ground Zero's Snake does. When trying to get one of these snakes in menu and the other snake in game, it's a little more reliable that the Phantom Pain Snake will get in menu faster.
Placed. Marker placed.
Find Paz and bring her back here.
Spit it out.
Thank you.
Has been updated.
Oh, nice. Did he just tag the guy in the next room for me? Uh-oh, what did I do? What did I do? Rewards? What? I don't know what I just did, but I don't think the B button will do anything in Ground Zero. What did the B button do? I don't know, but I gotta get Phantom Snake down. And Ground Zero's Snake choking. There we go. Welcome to the Manic Monday stream, McCree. McCree Manic Mondays! Hey! Okay.
You have arrived in your
So now that there's a cutscene playing, Phantom Pain Snake's gonna make a shitload of progress really fast. Oh, hey. We got $1. Thanks for the fun buck. Whoa, what am I doing? Am I actually moving around? Oh my god, What's happening? What's going on?
Marker placed.
It's that guy. Okay. I just heard a Marine say, get up. There's a Soviet guy looking slightly above my hiding spot. I think I need to trank a Soviet guy in the face and blast a Marine guy with a machine gun. Whew.
CP, this is Zulu 10. Threat in the area. We're tightening security. Over. This is CP. Understood. Don't let your guard down. Out.
I'm so disoriented. I don't know where I am. So when you're in the box and your iDroid's on, you're still moving around. I think going back the way I came might be safer than the usual route. Why do I think that? Let me put him higher up above the stairs so that if a guard comes to investigate him, he won't go right to my hiding spot. There'll be at least a few steps in between my hiding spot and his sleeping spot. Maybe I can even put him at the top of the stairs to maximize the amount of distance between my hiding spot and his sleeping spot. The Ground Zero's music is going to make this very tense, by the way. Unless I could just straight up clear the place out. I don't think I really have a whole lot of guys in here.
Marker placed. Marker placed.
Can I actually knock another one out and put him up there? That would be a good thing. Oh, I think the prisoner yelled when he shot... What? What? Are they using Metal Gear 2 rules where they check for boxiness by shooting it with a gun? Can I shoot him now that his back is turned? His bullets made it over the way to me. My dart made it all the way over to him. Okay. Nice. Nice! Nice!
Marker placed.
Either destroy that or turn it off to shut off all the lights and surveillance cameras in the outpost. But of course, the enemy will realize something's up. If you're gonna do it, be quick.
Oh man, I had a good thing going and I just screwed it up a bit. Okay, now to increase my chances, I want to decrease guards. I want to drag that guy up to the top of the stairs with his friend. And I think I recall the captured scientist being in one of these immediate rooms. I think I even heard him scream when guns were getting shot at boxes.
Marker placed.
Oh, it's the B button. That's what's messing up the good thing I keep having going. This is very mentally taxing in one of the worst ways. I love it. Oh, I just had to B again. I'm paying more attention to Phantom Pain right now because I think of the two snakes, this is the one in the trickier spot at the moment. But I think if I bring Paz up those stairs the way I came in, I'll be, I'll have a lot of freedom of movement. Whew. I gotta think about this.
Marker placed.
Ruh-roh.
Marker placed.
Yeah! Uh-oh. I thought this guy was out.
A landing zone confirmed.
Boss, are you sure about this?
Please landing zone confirmed.
Roger that, Snake.
Maybe I shouldn't camp by the stairs. Might be high traffic soon. Yeah. Right here, right here.
CP, this is Zulu 6. Hostile is an enemy. Checking last point of contact. Over. This is CP. Understood. Investigate the area. Stay alert. Out.
Please select a landing zone. Landing zone confirmed.
No. It's over. It's it. Okay, ground zero's.
Nobody gets past here. Snake, talk to me.
We lost him. We lost ground zeros. I think I also blew myself up with a grenade at some point in Phantom Pain. Wait, I got him, right? Why did it take so long? Where's the scientist, though?
Those are raw diamonds. Collecting them as assets will raise our GMP.
Where's the engineer? Is he not in the basement? Did I just sweep the whole basement and not find him? Okay, so in Ground Zeroes, all that screwed me up was that I stumbled into an area I thought was clear before, With Paz on my back, I could not react quickly for the headshot, the reflex mode headshot that it could have gotten me out of that situation. But I guess that teaches me a lesson about how to carry people in Phantom Pain, which I'll need to do in a minute. I might have a lot to gain from leaving the hostage behind a few steps and scanning forward on my own and then bringing them back in intervals. Where is the guy gonna be? Captive engineer.
The target's an engineer. A mechanical engineer, to be precise. That prosthesis you're using is apparently one of his creations. So you know, firsthand, just how good this guy is. It'd be a damn waste to let them kill him. Get him out of there in one piece. Now I gotta say, what was a mechanics whiz doing in a place like that? It's just as we suspected. They must be developing some kind of weapon in that region.
Hey Rebel Skunk, my Monday was okay. Where's the guy? Also, can't I, like, sabotage the communications disc or something? It makes their radio bad or something like that, I thought. Where did he come from? Oh, yeah, the Q&A I sent. Not accidentally blow your run.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Yeah, let me actually look at another window. Okay, for some reason, I noticed this problem a few minutes ago. Whenever I click and drag a window in Windows 10 to move it around, for some reason right now, after all the craziness I just put it through, it only wants to move the window in tiny little 10-second intervals. What do you think the response to Delta will be after Death Stranding 2? I'm assuming that video game reviewers will review the game cautiously positively. I think fans will complain about it. I think the impact Death Stranding 2 in particular might have on it is questions over Kojima's necessity. The Kojima necessity questions are always at the burning forefront of the Metal Gear community, right? It's questions that sound something like, how necessary is Kojima? How crazy is Kojima? Is Kojima actually good? Was Kojima ever actually any good at all? I have a feeling that answer will be partially answered. That question will be partially answered to the answer of everyone learning that Konami is, or that veteran Konami game developers who were around before the split are still very much capable of making a Metal Gear game without him after all. It's not an impossibility. Oh, it leaves his helmet behind. That's cute.
You gotta extract him.
I would feel worse about doing this, but it just looks like there's really no one around and the sun is down. So yeah, if Death Stranding 2 is truly a sequel to Death Stranding in the sense that it is a sequel to an indulgent auteur's vanity project, and Metal Gear games, with all due respect, quite frequently were that. But also, some of the Metal Gear games were definitely the result of Kojima practicing some restraint. I think it'll be very blatantly clear that the Kojima-isms in one of these games will be far more blatantly clear over the other. We only got 3 soldiers scanned in this base right here. That can't be right, right? 1, 2, 3. There's got to be more than just 3, right? I've Fultoned a few others, but all those triangles I see that were kind of freaking me out are actually a long way away. I mean, I could lure this guy into a more vulnerable spot and nab him when his back's turned, and then rinse and repeat 3 times, and I'm good. One. Do I have any Fultons left? I have 7. I should probably Fulton the science. Why was I worried about picking up a supply drop of delivered Fulton recovery devices earlier? I have 7 in my pocket. That's enough. I might be walking into some sightlines with these windows, but it's dark, the windows are high, I am low. I think a sandstorm's coming in too. Now is absolutely the time to be getting the scientist. There's a minimal amount of guards out here. I heard an alert, but I'm not seeing the sandstorm come in.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
So Death Stranding is a game that is super duper indulgent about the Kojima weirdness. It's like part of the experience, part of the mission statement. Can I pounce on this guy? Pounce! It actually worked. It didn't work perfectly, but it worked good enough. So I pressed the dive button, and that counted by game logic as some kind of pounce. Oh, this is easy all of a sudden. All of a sudden, this got so much easier.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Oh yeah, since when and why did Kojima games start deciding that, like, metal was a fun thing to be collecting? Like, what is... Oh, uh-oh. Now, I'm definitely not worried about the scientist being inaccessible, because I think that guy I just Fulton is the last guy left here. Oh, oops. But, where is he? Where is the scientist? I'm not particularly worried about the alert. This is one of the least threatening alerts I've ever heard in a Metal Gear game ever. But where is my guy? I've, like, cleared the base out and rendered them impotent. And yet I never did find the guy. Can I jump up? Nope. Oh, I heard, noises in here. Cowardly noises. Like, crying, whining, and whimpering when there were gunshots earlier. I thought he would be down here. Aha! He was in the basement. How did I miss him this whole time? What up? Is there anything else in here?
That's the target.
Please select a landing zone. Support helicopter requested.
I guess I missed it because it's just so dark in here. Also, what's that smoke? Weird smoke cloud appeared in one of these trash rooms. Unless it's coming off of the scientist.
Great. If there's nothing in the way overhead, you should be able to Fulton him.
No, we're not Fultoning. We're doing better. We're sticking him onto the teleporting ghost horse that miraculously appeared right when I needed it to. And we're gonna bust him out using the sandstorm that miraculously appeared right when I needed a sandstorm. Was this scheduled to appear? The timing is impeccable. I could just trot. Can I trot? I'm gonna make a run for it. How do I go fast? How do I go fast? Oh god. Oh god. No! Fast! Fast! Okay, please don't die. Please don't die. Horse. Speed up. X. I thought so. Okay. But he was... There we go. There we go. Now things are climactic. And exciting. Is there a sandstorm? Are they gonna shoot down Pequod? Oh, hello, I didn't know you would be so close! I heard the word helicopter in there. Uh-oh, our elevation is too high to drop down. What do I do up here? Am I gonna get... Actually, just, like, abort that. That's not good anymore. Helicopter, dismiss. Can I make it down here somehow? Yeah! Alright, so that one's no good, apparently. And the Soviets are giving very, very little chase. I have a helicopter that's faster than most of the vehicle's jeeps. Is this a better zone?
Please select a landing zone.
Yeah, it doesn't look that hot to me now that I'm here.
Support helicopter requested.
Was the alert too active for it at the time I called it? Something's weird about the system going on here. Pequod said the landing zone was hot, and that they were taking cover fire, or that they were given cover fire or something. And so I was, like, a little worried, and so I called him off, but it looks fine now. Now that I'm here, I'm wondering if, I might have spotted some discrepancy in the realism of the gameplay systems. If the helicopter pilot's gonna tell you things are hot and exciting even when they're really not, so long as there's some kind of alert going on. But wait, no, like, one of you are incentivized to call the helicopter early though, right? Okay, we have some good fan discussion going on here apparently. It'll be interesting to see how much MGS weirdness is Kojima weirdness versus Konami weirdness. It's the majority Kojima weirdness. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, but let's keep this playing. I'll be right back. Ah, my microphone.
Buddy, departing area of operation. Exfiltrated.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss.
Extraction arrived at the base. Development project has been added.
Mission complete. That was rough. Thanks for getting us through it.
Don't worry, Miller. Miller, don't worry. Next mission, we're not going to play 2 games at the same time. We're also going to be in full screen mode and not windowed. Yeah, that was rough. I'm interested in playing Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain at the same time and dual wielding them, but not at the same time as Permadeath. I don't think it was a good idea to be trying that with Permadeath expectations on hand, because it ultimately meant that I was giving the Phantom Pain run a disproportionate amount of priority. I got Ground Zeroes guy killed. I was extremely nervous about where I was leaving Phantom Pain guy parked while taking care of Ground Zero guy's business, but not so much not very nervous when parking Ground Zero's guy to take care of Phantom Pain business. It was really fun playing the intervals and also kind of sort of some Hunt Showdown style strategic waiting going on, where sandstorms and nighttime seemed to provide good intervals for Phantom Pain gameplay to give me some waiting time to switch back and forth. So, yeah, there was also some fan discussion happening about Kojima games getting weird, or Konami games getting weird, or at least, like, it seems like there is a yearning to prioritize different things or focus on different things.
But something called bionics, engineering based on biology. He's already submitted a proposal for modifying your prosthetic arm. If you're interested, go ahead and give the development order. Our army is growing like crazy thanks to you, boss. In fact, it's getting downright crowded around here. To bring a greater number of people on board, we'll need to
Oh yeah, I did extract like 4 guys.
Created a base development unit. It has 2 roles: material refinement and platform construction. I'll start with the material refinement part.
Okay, come on.
The development unit procures material resources on a regular basis according to its level.
Oh, that's right. We're stealing the metals because they're gonna use them to build giant metal platforms.
By using these materials to build new platforms, we'll be able to add a greater number of staff to our ranks. We don't need any specific instructions from you to refine the materials, but I want you to be the one to decide how we construct platforms. Once we have sufficient GMP and the required material resources, you can issue construction orders from your iDroid.
Spying Harrier. Pretty shit, pretty shit. Oh, failing grades on everything. I can't believe this. I just brought back a bunch of fucking YouTubers and influencers here. Okay, so, yeah, according to Classic Gamer 01, collecting resources is... Oh, never mind! I can't actually talk right now. Ooh.
It's a difficult mission, but I'd say you're back in top form by now.
No! Cause that's the best mission, the favorite mission. Alright, let's catch up on the fan discussion before going into one of this game's greater missions. I'm really actually looking forward to seeing how this one plays with permadeath pressure going on. But there's an analysis going on. Analysis. Analysis. The fans are talking about actually interesting things here. So, Classic Gamer 101 said, with the tag for me to get my attention to make sure, collecting resources is part of what Kojima was talking about when he said you'd feel like a criminal. You're stealing from these poor Russians. It is unfortunate then that collecting resources in small, tiny handheld intervals is also, oh boy, come on, is also a pretty overplayed aspect of modern game development. I'm talking about like the little herbs, crafting herbs growing everywhere around the open world fields. In this game it's tarragon. You pick tarragon off the ground. That counts as collecting resources. When you're Fultoning away giant shipping containers of metals, that's quite a different feeling. I remember those things even feeling like special goals, but yeah, the line between collecting resources and feeling bad about it would be tough to do in a game, because collecting resources is something so incredibly normal, it's a time filler. Doing it without offending anyone is generally how we take the action for granted. But anyways, I should have actually stopped that thought, mid-thought, and read the game's thought instead. I'm going to talk a bit about thought jammers going on, like all the speech that this game keeps playing in my ears. I'm really starting to grow annoyed with it in short term at this age. I was appreciating some of these later games for their merits a few weeks ago, but since then, the voices are just so fucking annoying, and I can't stop and even hear myself think sometimes. Anyways, a reward has arrived thanks to the actions of my staff. I have a staff. I don't know if we really went through the tutorials for all this stuff, but they're already shoving pop-ups for it in our face, and it's all just so abstract. Like, what does this stuff look like? What do 1,625 fuel resources look like? And when did I decide to accept an FOB mission reward from Zest to Zest? Who is Zest? What is Zest? What do these menus mean? It says that I've accepted it. Is that even what it says? Because at the bottom there's an accept and an accept all button. Why would I accept only one? Are there some of these I don't want to accept? They're MB coins, fuel resources, GMP. What is any of this? It is so... These are problems so far off the experience of a guy whose biggest problem is worried about sneaking into an enemy base that there's something, like, immediately disarming and disorienting about it. It's not part of the fantasy of the rest of the experience. The conventional power fantasy we are engaging with here is not one that usually involves looking at acronym soup on a spreadsheet. Where did the bees sleep? I remember this being very good. I remember this being excellent. Metal Gear Solid 5 is a game of many contrasts. I was just talking earlier about how the voices in my ears drive me up a fucking wall, but I do recall the mission design on this one being great, and I'm already seeing two different routes to the base here. We can take the windy road, or maybe try to find some sneaky way to climb the rocks. I bet there would be less guards there, and it would take more time and be less exciting, but safer. So for streaming purposes, you would want more exciting and theatrical, but for playing it by myself purposes, I would want more safe and theatrical, which ends up creating kind of a grind when enjoying these open world games. If I take the optimal route, it seems like the game developer really wishes I wouldn't sometimes. Anyways, for the sake of the stream and testing Permadeath fun, we will do the road trip. This wonderful windy road trip that I recall having a ton of interesting moments. What is Tough Guy? Quick reload, obtainable skills and bonuses. So, okay, yes, a while ago I mentioned that I actually wanted to engage with some fan chat here regarding weirdness. The other systems, collecting resources. There are other systems at play that are designed to trigger emotional responses that I don't know if they really do. Collecting resources is part of what Kojima was talking about when he said you'd feel like a criminal. You're stealing from those poor, poor Russians. It is hard to feel bad, sure. Yeah, sure, it's hard to feel bad for Russians invading Afghanistan, but it would probably feel, bad to steal from Russians minding their own business in Russia. Or I'm thinking, wait, mission accepted? I accidentally pressed that. On the flip side, like, if Kaz made a point about how stealing from these Russians might cause an international incident and a war, and that their whole design philosophy, their political philosophy of thinking that being a rogue mercenary state is a way of preventing World War III from happening, or providing people with some sort of ideological third alternative to capitalism or communism, or what is it? It's like it is deterrence. They do think that by being a rogue nation of disgruntled militants from both sides, they'll be able to detour an escalated war between the two sides. However, right, if Miller told you that while you're stealing from the Russians and taking all these huge risks at pissing them off so much, while also doing missions for the Russians for money at the same time, maybe then I'd feel a little bit bad about it. The game design makes you feel good for stealing things. It's very satisfying. I love stealing Fultoning giant shipping containers of millions of dollars worth of someone else's stuff. I never did feel like a criminal about it. I never did feel shame for my thoughts and deeds at Quiet's bikini thing. I don't know. Shame? She's not really ever really been my type. So I certainly didn't feel shame over any kind of attraction going on. I didn't feel shame over laughing at the whole concept of the character sounding like a blatant ploy at stimulating some kind of attraction response in the... Yeah, with Metal Gear Solid 5, I think there might have been some very interesting, fun ideas at play here. I'm just wondering if Kojima himself was even aware that some of the things he says he was going for don't seem to have made the journey he was hoping they would go on. What I feel like I'm seeing instead that might be more interesting than feeling like a criminal or feeling shameful for the fan service character is just the disillusion and ennui that is exhibited by so many of these characters and evoked by the whole experience. It's called the Phantom Pain. I don't think he's talked a lot about that, and I don't even know how aware he is of the same observations that I would be making here, that he might even vehemently disagree with. But there is definitely some interesting things to read about the depression and ennui of going to a job every day that you gradually start to hate, that even might have been something that you were very passionate about before earlier. The way that this helicopter drones in the background, they have this mission list up on the screen. Instead of an exciting cinematic story, the game is all about making you feel like things are weirdly anticlimactic. Yeah, the fact that Kojima's career was at the place that it was, and that the series history was at the place that it was, and so much of this game's design DNA, but none of its technological game engine DNA, would so much of its creative DNA, its mood, would be transitioning, would transition over into Death Stranding. They're very similar games, thematically and in your fingers, I feel. That is way more interesting than a lot of what Kojima thought we would be more interested by. Woo! So, hot take, Trigger the Discovery, likes resource management. Classic Gamer responds with something I think I'm more of the weather for. I like it in games about resource management, not my stealth action games. I mentioned before about how much of this reminds me of Death Stranding, and how much of some of these the menu-drivenness of Metal Gear Solid 5 makes more sense to me in Death Stranding. Death Stranding is a game about delivering packages to people, and you can very easily imagine that the professional delivery package people out there would spend a lot of their time rearranging their truck, having some kind of a mailman with a big bag of letters is probably got some system in mind that they've developed that they might feel really a little sense of accomplishment about making sure that they can flip through all those letters and grab the right one right away. that feels like gamifying menus in a way that is directly connected to the satisfaction of the power fantasy in a way that's not happening here, but was bubbling up and trying to come out. When I'm rearranging Sam's cargo in Death Stranding in the menus, there's a certain kind of tactile satisfaction to doing that feels linked to the fantasy, the activities it's being displayed. When I'm clicking through missions and arranging when I'm doing my payroll taxes in a Metal Gear game, it doesn't feel as close. It's not a game about doing HR work. Hiring and firing people and managing their payroll taxes. Death Stranding is a game where you do menu-driven inventory a lot, but it makes a lot more sense in that context. You were an exciting sci-fi post-apocalyptic delivery man instead of a exciting sci-fi spy fiction spy. The activity of sorting things around in a menu feels a little closer to that fantasy. If they do have some sort of progression, they should just use something like Drebin points from 4. Oh no, are you talking about Metal Gear Solid Delta potentially having a progression system, more like a depression system? To make it where it isn't abundant, all you could do is make checking account go up. The other thing is, like, the way that you hear the song, the story in the menus, I'm supposed to be listening to the story right now. You know what? This is like an interesting question. How are you supposed to consume these things? Do you do them while you're sneaking? Do you do them while you're planning? Do you just ignore them completely, and is the game better not indulging in these things? Because I recall them taking a while. Afghanistan music. I guess I didn't grab the kids in America when doing the assassination mission earlier. What was it called? A Hero's Way. Fulton extracted the engineer through the hole in the basement ceiling. So, okay, one thing that I think we have found out over the years is that you are supposed to consume the story through replays. You're not supposed to get it the first way through. If you don't get it the first way through, that is fine. That's the intended way to go through. Because all these extra objectives are, they're hidden your first time through, and they look fun. They look like a lot of fun. I almost immediately want to replay some of these stuff, but no, we're moving on. And I'm focusing too much on my own thoughts. Let me refresh myself with a few chat messages. I haven't played V, so I can't say whether the gameplay is fun or not. It looks good enough, but the mission-based structure really goes against what makes MGS to me. You have to be a certain radius away for the chopper to use its LMG. They should go back to the location or two, or it's one big mission. Imagine if after beating Fat Man, the Colonel just went, "Alright, Raiden, now, I need you to go knock out 6 random terrorists while we try to figure out their next move." Thanks, Miller. Glad I got that thrilling voiceover instead of meeting with the Bionics guy and talking to him. Oh, yeah, okay, here we go. Glad I got that thrilling voiceover instead of meeting with the Bionics guy and talking and potentially meeting a unique character who doesn't directly relate to the previous games. Yeah, that guy, that was not a real character who we picked out. It was just, the game developer right-clicked the map editor, hit NPC, and picked them out of a list. Man, it is sad. You're feeling the phantom pain. Right there. Classic Gamer 101. You just felt Metal Gear Solid 5 the phantom pain when you said, "Thanks, Miller. Glad I got that thrilling voiceover instead of meeting with the Bionics guy." If you close your eyes and visualize a beautiful cutscene, and beautiful cutscenes will happen in the next mission. If you close your eyes and imagine a beautiful cutscene where the Bionics guy tries to say something and Snake can't understand it because it's Russian, and then Miller on the radio explains something about the game's story related to language, and the music swells as you carry him on your shoulders and you bust out of there. You're feeling the phantom pain when you imagine that. That's the phantom pain right there. That guy not being a real character and that rescuing him not being more dramatic, that's the phantom pain. We already have 8 Kojima MGS games. A fresh take would be nice. I agree. Metal Gear Rising was nice. It's also a super flexible setting. Magical realism, Tom Clancy is such a fertile setting for all sorts of weirdness. It's also sorely needed. The kind of hero fantasy that Solid Snake goes on is one that I think, I'm surprised we don't see more of it. Like, the fantasy, the fiction, it's like a Dick Tracy sort of thing. Solid Snake feels like he is a reaction to frustration with real-life international political news in the way that, like, Dick Tracy was conceived as a reaction to frustration that the legal system in 1930 Chicago was unable to prosecute gangsters more effectively. So a cartoonist just fantasized about a detective that could. It is so gratifying to fantasize about a super sneaky soldier commando who can bust into a politically sensitive situation and like save the hostages from terrorists without killing anyone. I think that's the big finger wagger thing. Like the idea of a Tom Clancy soldier guy solving a conflict without killing anyone, using all the grit and technology of modern military hardware, was utter complete fiction. But making fun of it for that point kind of seems like someone misunderstanding the point of fiction. It is an utter complete fiction, but a very gratifying and inspiring one that could potentially snowball into the real world, maybe one day becoming better. Metal Gear Solid has some interesting places to go that other people should have the reins to explore. I think it'd go to postmodern and back to the meta-modern of MGS1-3, something that isn't a downer at the end. For the record, I was being very sarcastic with that poor Russians comment. But then at the end, like, yeah, you should feel bad to some certain extent. There is, I am sure that the Russians are able to conceptualize a sob story all of their own that might be convincing in some little way. I mean, consider 7 years later the USSR collapses, so okay, I guess. Right. All these late Soviet era material resources that I'm stealing could have gone to the dinner plates of starving Russian families in the 90s when the economy goes to shit. So, okay, I guess sympathetic in the financial situation. Somehow bring this to Delta. Sad soldiers looking for menacing when death is in the job description is an aspect I'd love to see someone really play with. That's another thing. Like, what are the soldiers in Mother Base supposed to do when they're done? Okay, never mind. The answer is kind of question. The micronations that Big Boss keeps funding, they're not for normal people. They are for broken career soldier, like, fine, I'll say it, sociopaths. Like that's part of the villainy of, I think, his system that the other games don't really, that his prequel games don't seem to have the heart to get into, but the sequel games absolutely acknowledge, is that, like his microstates would be populated with the worst kinds of people possible. Yeah, the whole concept of founding a country based on people who have defined their lives off of disillusionments in countries seems like a house of cards that the prequel games don't seem to have the heart to fully depict the fragility and evil of, but the sequel games are happily explaining that the concept was not able to sustain itself and was silly. Maybe the game's about reforming and starting a new interpretation of Metal Gear. I think so. I think that is actually probably a closer read. The game's about reforming and starting a new interpretation of Metal Gear. The fact that, okay, the nature of the in-game twist, where you see your character creation, the very beginning of the game, become Big Boss at the end, because really he was just some random schmuck that they brainwashed into becoming Big Boss to show everyone playing the game that they really were the real Big Boss all along. That seems to contradict an important lesson of the rest of the games, which is that if real people like Big Boss and Solid Snake actually exist, they would be fucked. They would be crazy. They would be asexual weirdos who would be unable to lead a normal life whatsoever, and your average video gamer indulging in it as a fantasy shouldn't literally want that for themselves. So, the game ending on an ethos that seems radically different and contradictory from the rest of Metal Gear Solid does seem to fit the reading of the game being about reformatting and starting a new interpretation of Metal Gear. And then Trick the Discovery says, I don't know, a Metal Gear Solid game where you're just the stereotypical action hero and save the day and stop the bad men could probably work. Who'd have thunk it? What a concept. It would reliably work. It would just be safe. Like an Alpha Protocol. Maybe I should play Alpha Protocol on Metal Gear Mondays. Should I play Alpha Protocol on Metal Gear Mondays, or would that be stretching the rules too much? I should probably play Metal Gear Acid before I play Alpha Protocol. I should probably play Death Stranding before I play Alpha Protocol. Do you think MGS5 would have been better if it had Death Stranding's inventory weight system? Maybe. One thing that I almost wish was in the game that the gamers would hate so much is how hard of a time you can have controlling Sam when he's super bogged down with all the weights. Having to sneak around guys with a good degree of speed that you could screw up by packing too much stuff onto your character. Actually, come to think of it, doesn't that happen? Isn't that the decision that you make? There's some armor that I think you can unlock later in the game that does make you louder and noisier, but more resistant to combat, which, I mean, what if I want to be louder and noisier just to make the game harder? Because that's what I was fantasizing about a few seconds ago. I think a Rainbow Six Dad Core strategic shooter in the Metal Gear Solid universe would be great. Yeah, you're doing your normal breach and clears, and then you walk into a room with a freak who tanks bullets and can Spider-Man up walls, and you just have to adapt. Yeah! 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 I don't think the fans would like it, but I can at least visualize it. Because can you imagine what the fan reception would be? This has been teased a few times, actually, in the series history. Can you imagine what the fan reaction would be if they did reveal a Metal Gear game as a first-person shooter? And we're serious about it, because we've been faked out a couple times. There's some Metal Gear Solid 4 trailers that tried to do that, where they had a first-person game that... You had a Metal Gear Solid 4 trailer that looked like a first-person game up until Snake appears behind the camera and snaps the soldier's neck and reveals that it was actually a Metal Gear trailer all along. Delta is more like a Blue Point remake. The original's logic is there on top of an Unreal 5 wrapper. That's how I've mostly heard things. However, they are revamping the camo system menus, aren't they? Listen to them while doing laundry. Okay, Jumbo Man draws. How do you carry the game machine with you throughout the house when doing laundry, though? That was the solution to Peace Walker's story being told through tapes. What is the solution to 5's story being told through tapes? Right now, I kind of want to talk with chat. This game is just the whole wrong type of game in a weird way. It's also so weirdly fitting, though. Like, it's thematically cohesive. If it is about feeling weirdly incomplete, it will make you feel that emotion extremely frequently. I don't know if I can keep chatting with chat. We may never get around to it, but I'm going to skip a few messages and get to the end. Okay. This is not FPS. That was because at the time there were rumors at MGS. Yeah. Dun 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 dun. This is not FPS with the exclamation point. That's important. Thanks for the $25, Trigger the Discovery. I'd love to hear your take on Alpha Protocol. I've never actually played Alpha Protocol. I've never. I need to. And I do say I need to because it does sound like a George game. It is a tactical espionage action RPG that is supposed to be like more grounded and realistic than the Metal Gear Solid spy fiction gets. That's also made by BioWare, like the Fallout New Vegas guys. They're infamous for making ambitious, glitchy games, and those are the best kinds. So PS4 plus PS Vita. I listened to the tapes while doing laundry. From remote play? Oh, that's almost like cheating. The rest of us couldn't do that. And there's certainly no way that was designed as the intended way to do it. I think that's really the stuff to dig into here. The intended way. How did they do it in playtesting? How did they do it at the studio when making the game? What is Hideo Kojima himself's intended way for players to go through this game, because you are not supposed to watch it like a movie. There is not a beginning and middle and end with a rising sense of tension that gives you a satisfying payoff at the end with fun characters who entertain and delight you throughout the course of the narrative. That's not the way this is supposed to be consumed. Like Peace Walker is meant to be consumed portably, this is meant to be consumed some way different, and it's interesting. Some way different that is interesting. And I don't 100% know what it might be. You can also play the tapes while riding the horse 5 kilometers across the map to the objectives. But no, okay, so while I'm doing that, yeah, the downtime while sneaking and stuff, that is a thought. And it's always been weirdly compatible with the vision of Metal Gear to imagine Snake killing time while waiting for guards to leave with the codec conversations in his little hidey hole corner. And then when you're playing Hunt Showdown and playing stealth against real-life actual people whose caution phases and evasion phases are kind of unpredictable, you are incentivized to alt-tab out and take care of some chore. But listening to them in the game, during that downtime, like, there's a grinding train of thought. Like, you're planning, you're getting tactical, you're planning your next move with your binoculars. There's a certain voice in your head thinking thoughts. It's hard to pay attention to both. It seems like both suffer when you're trying to multitask. During the lightest points of the game, you're still playing game. Oh, I do recall... Okay, the one and only time that I do recall feeling like things made sense... Okay, yes. When listening to the tapes and wandering around Mother Base, where there's no one around, it's like a weird ghost town. There's no pressure about sneaking past guards or anything. There's a zoo where there's animals that just kind of look at you and breathe. What's going on this time? That felt like the most appropriate place to be listening to these tapes. What is Gordon Freeman doing here? Did they add Gordon Freeman for the PC version? I don't remember Gordon Freeman 10 years ago.
Boss, you're the leader of the pack. Folks start worrying when you're gone too long.
Whoa, he just disappeared before our very eyes. So is that another sign that Venom is crazy? But yeah, I don't have the zoo platform installed, and it looks like there might be some fun activities to do around Mother Base at the moment. But I do recall there was a day after I beat the story in Metal Gear Solid 5 where I had almost throughout that whole story missed that these Mother Base menus were here. When exploring Mother Base and listening to tapes, that made a kind of sense that it didn't make throughout the rest of the game. Let's see.
A British sovereign base area on Cyprus. It's part of British overseas territory that falls outside of Cypriot jurisdiction. You got moved from Cuba's Little America right into Cyprus's Little Britain. Why Decalia? The UK and the US remain close allies. The last place Cypher would think to look for you is inside their own system. That's what kept you safe in British military hospital for 9 years. The safest place from a whale is inside its own belly. You were a regular Geppetto.
Well, it wasn't Pinocchio who led me out to safety.
The pipes, huh? They're strong enough. Could make
Listen to this! That is actively hostile to the player. I was trying to get in the mood.
But the doctor had a Greek accent.
They hire locally. Easier to trust them. Decalia is also home to Greek Cypriots, after all.
What about the Turks? They haven't returned to the south.
Not yet. The Cyprus dispute is still a long way from resolved. The country is just as split as it was in '74. Turkish Cypriots in the north, Greek Cypriots in the south. Between them, the Green Line, the UN established.
And Decalia sits right on top of it.
It does. Part of the buffer zone between the two groups. Another reason it was the perfect place to hide you. Easy to spot any outsiders snooping around.
So how do things stand?
Now, last year, the Turks declared that the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus is an independent state, though it's only Turkey that recognizes it. In the past, the Greeks and Turks lived side by side in the same villages. There are reasons to fight. Those came from the outside. Greece, Turkey, Britain, America, they all have their own stake in pitting the two sides against each other. But once you spark something like this, it's impossible to control. Both sides build up grudges like debt, without the foresight to see that each act of revenge just fans the flames. And then it's too late for other nations to rush in with peace talks. The embers keep on smoldering. Each nation's arrogance.
Oh my god.
The world is paralyzed by this hunger for revenge.
Oh my god. The Kojima-isms in that one were pretty insufferable. But yeah, there's no pressure here. There's no pressure whatsoever. Even a little bit of pressure might be too much to fully get in the mood of these tapes, but...
When did they reopen it?
Not long after you were attacked.
I think there's also a sort of, something to be gained from the maritime theme of this foghorn, and they're on a boat, and I'm out here in the open water on a oil rig sort of situation.
To the zero line, the border. We'll travel to the Khyber Pass by road, and then continue on horseback. Afghanistan's main roads are under Soviet control. We'll need to go around them. It'll be all narrow, winding paths through the mountains. We'll do better on horseback.
It's a local guerrilla tactic. They use the higher ridges to avoid air recon. Then they charge down the mountains for ambushes. The Soviets still haven't devised a counter strategy.
Our time frame is only half as much as we really need. It'll be a tough march.
Better horses than boats.
Well, it'll make for good physiotherapy. Take the time to get used to that new arm.
While the Soviets have indicated they are not participating in the Los Angeles Olympics, primarily because the United States has made no attempt to guarantee the safety of the Soviet Union's athletes, the United States is increasingly demonstrating the belief that the issue has nothing to do with its preparations, and in fact this is retaliation for the Western nations' boycott of the previous Moscow Olympics. That concludes today's news.
That's quite some news.
The Soviet Union not attending the LA Olympics? Yeah. Andropov's death has changed some things. They're calling it revenge for the Western boycott of the Moscow Olympics.
Countries boycotted the Moscow Olympics?
Yes. In protest of the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan. Over 50 countries were absent. It's too bad I didn't get to see Yamashita's judo. When the 40th Army crossed the Amu River 4 years ago, détente went right out the window. The U.S. Congress chose not to ratify SALT II, and Reagan's hardline politics won in the presidency in a landslide. According to him, the Soviet Union's an evil empire.
The Second Cold War.
And there's been no end to...
Wait, the first one's not done yet.
Lebanon, the Falklands, Grenada, Iran, Iraq. The story never changes.
Egypt and Israel did sign a peace treaty. But then the driving force on the Egyptian side, President Sadat, was assassinated afterward. Apparently, his actions were considered a betrayal of his fellow Arabs.
Islamic extremists? Yes. Fundamentalist extremists have been responsible for some bold acts of terrorism in recent years.
We've had extremist students...
Physically and mentally refreshed.
Suicide bombings in Lebanon.
He didn't even take off his
foreign soldiers stationed there have been killed.
The countries have yet to develop an effective means of dealing with terrorism. Afraid of losing their own men, they've pulled their forces out, handing private forces a golden opportunity.
Private forces?
Small armies with no national affiliation, working for the highest bidder. That's right, they got the idea from you. After Mother Base went down, they began spreading to meet the soaring demand. Miller's organization is just one of many PFs now. The entire world is after you. But at the same time, it needs you too. Miller told me about what happened in the Caribbean.
This is going on for too long.
You do remember.
And I've kind of sort of like run out of interesting things to do here.
An army with no allegiance to a nation.
I remember, but...
I see. You're not
sure what's fact and what's a fantasy caused by the coma. It's still all a mess, huh? All I can do is tell you the facts as they were told to me. I've gone easy on you up until now, but this is where the hard stuff begins. 1974, the year before you entered your coma. You were in Colombia, operating with a small unit of men, basically mercenaries. Miller was among them. Miller was trying to find a way to turn his and your talents into a line of work. He was looking to start a business where you would fight on behalf of others around the world, those who needed military force. But the reality was, at that time, you didn't have enough gear to equip your own men. Then Miller came across this client. It was a huge job he was offering, but you had a shot at pulling it off. You accepted it and headed into Costa Rica.
Yeah, like what?
The client even threw in an offshore...
This is going on for so long. Even if you did this during the downtime, you'd run out of downtime, and there's so much more left.
Went on, your unit grew and grew. More weapons, more money. Before you knew it, you're commanding 300 men. As the organization got bigger, your military powers swelled to match. It got so the international community couldn't afford to ignore you. You were just too damn successful for your own good. You, your men, had worn...
Okay, no, hang on.
Everyone was out for you. East.
Okay. 1 minute, 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4, 5.5, 6.5, 7, 8.5, 9, 10. There's 10 minutes here.
You, your men, had worn out your welcome. Everyone was out for you.
10 minutes is more downtime than you have in gameplay.
It was only a matter of time.
10-minute long Kojima cutscenes, as infamous as they are. Oh my gosh. What if the run ended from the fall?
They're an anti-terror unit under the CIA. In reality, they're Cypher's...
And in reality, the 10-minute long Kojima cutscenes in Metal Gear Solid games only happen like 2 to 3 times per game. That's a lot. That is a lot to ask for. To ask for a player to ignore all the sensory inputs of the game that they're playing on their headphones in a dark room with a screen right in front of their face. Oh, wait, okay. So, it is easier, since the mother base environment is so sterile and empty, it is easier to visualize what's the content of the cassette tape stories. That's the key. That is why doing it here on Mother Base made a lot more sense to me back in the day. And I get it now. It's just, there's so much less going on, it's easier to get in the mood of these things. It makes for a better theater.
They checked the coordinates again and again until reality finally settled in. You were supposed to die that day. That was XOF's primary objective.
He's just dramatically narrating the game we were playing an hour ago.
The first doctor to see you wasn't even sure what he was looking at. Before they'd even finished operating, your men moved you to that hospital in Cyprus. It was a woman named Eva who arranged that. Rings a bell, Most men in your condition would have been written off right from the start. But you survived. You went straight down to hell.
Am I supposed to do the base management stuff while listening to it? No, because you gotta think about your decisions. You can't really focus on either fully.
Welcome back.
Oh god, yeah, this is too much.
This world still needs you. Here, Snake, try this on. A prosthetic arm. Yeah, Miller was calling it the arm that wasn't there. The physiotherapy's going well. Your arm's bulked up enough for it to fit. There. Perfect. A little time with it, and it'll work better than the real thing. What do you think? I can still feel my real arm. Well, you better get used to this one quick. You have any pain? Every now and then. Where? My fingertips. My left fingertips. Sounds like phantom pain. Your brain still remembers your old hand. Yeah. What about your vision? Can you see okay? Yeah, at the moment. Now, the shrapnel in your skull is pressing on your optic nerve. I'm told any hard impact could have an effect on your visual cortex. Yeah, the doctor mentioned that. Your brain might process visual information incorrectly. In other words, You could have hallucinations. You might see things that aren't there, or not see things as they really are. You experienced any of that?
I think so.
When?
Right after I wake up. Colors look faded.
Colors, huh? Well, that's not a major concern in and of itself, but it could mean the difference between life and death in the field. You'll need to watch out for that.
I will.
All right. You should continue your physio. We'll be arriving soon. It's the last chance you'll get.
Select staff assigned. Select unit staff assigned. Select staff assigned. Select unit staff assigned. Select unit staff assigned.
Oh, okay. Waiting. Brig. I guess? I think it was already there, though? Oh my god, when did I Fulton all these people? I don't remember all these guys. Jesus Christ, there must be 100 people here minimum. I do not remember Fultoning 100 people. 51. I do not remember Fultoning 51 people. Did I actually Fulton 51 people? Okay, point is, did we just notice how I completely blanked out what was happening in those tapes? I could have been giggling at the title drop. The Twitch chat noticed the tapes more than I did. I was figuring out the menu. In any case, I guess Mother Base is the best way to do it because there's the minimal amount of distractions at play.
Please select a mission.
Wait, no, don't select a mission. We're not ready. Development. We need to develop the best equipment before going into the mission, right? That'll make a tactical difference, right? Oh, but our R&D team's not leveled up enough. That's why I went into the menus to try and level it up, but Caribbean base, I don't know if I'll be able to get it up to 7. Grenade launcher, I don't need any of these. I need decoys. And smoke grenades.
Please select a drop.
Oh, we already have smoke grenades.
Please specify a project. Please.
Okay, whether or not it is a terrible way to convey the story, I'm more interested in how are we supposed to. How are we supposed to? Yeah, I'm not necessarily disagreeing that it's a terrible way to convey the story. I just want to know how we're supposed to. Because if there's ever a chance that I will be able to enjoy the game the way it's meant to be played and get what the developer wanted me to get out of it, it's to do it the way it's supposed to be, intended to be. And not just do it the way it's intended, but also like think about it the way it's intended. I need to be in a different headspace. Lock. Okay, so the red lock means I shouldn't even try, and I'm not even going to spend resources on the capture cage. I remember that being an utter waste. It's all locked, I think. Speaker function, what does that do? Oh! So this way I can know whether or not soldiers are useless as humans or not. That doesn't sound particularly useful right now, though. Not for the mission we got coming up ahead. Oh, this is the tab I should be looking at. The one where the development requirements are met. Okay. What does upgrading the flare grenade do? Don't I already have a flare grenade? I thought I already had that. Okay.
Development project has been added.
I guess I'll upgrade the tranquilizer. That looks like the most useful thing on the list. GMP 10,000, 35,000, 60,000. How much do I have? 14,362,180. Complaint about Metal Gear Solid 5 number 999. The numbers are way too big. How am I supposed to do this in my head? I don't need any of these. I don't want to spend my money on... I'll spend my money on the speaker. No, I don't want the supply drop. Let's do flare supply. Oh, I can restore my suppressors that way. That's good.
Please specify a project. Please specify a project.
Nah. I remember this being entertaining. The speaker on the helicopter. I don't think I can buy any of these. I'll buy the speaker.
Please specify a project.
Oh yeah, commas would have gone a long way to helping. I don't think I need to develop any of those. Mission list, site ops list. How do I actually... Oh, I can get a Russian interpreter now. Oh, we just have site ops in general now. But we're gonna do the bees sleep. I remember that mission being good. I remember that one being like one of my favorite parts of the whole game.
Please select a mission.
Database. Documentation. What is the point of any of this? Okay, so if you kill people, you're fox, but if you don't kill people, you're a foxhound. So if I want to make use of the thing
Please select a landing zone.
that I just
Please select a mission.
unlocked. The aerial. Okay, so I do have to call in the helicopter.
Please select landing zone.
Roger. This is B-Squad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Squad. On station at LZ.
If I don't need to worry about the numbers, why did the game developers spend so much attention programming the systems? I don't remember worrying about the numbers when I played through this game the first time, but the fact that they're there and are just easily ignorable gives the whole package a somewhat a far less elegant vibe than the older Metal Gear Solid games would have, where every system the developers work so hard on does get utilized. Okay, now what is this Y button doing in here? There was a cassette tape with a Y button that appeared somewhere, and as soon as I started moving the camera, it went away. Oh, weren't you supposed to listen to the tapes in here? Like, you're just supposed to listen to the tapes while Snake looks ugly and Quiet looks hot and you don't do anything? She just sticks her butthole in the camera and Snake growls at the camera and you listen about... You listen to how Americans loved Reagan's hardline politics? And feel sad about things? Is that how you're supposed to listen to the tapes?
Select a mission.
How are you supposed to do them? Whether or not it's lame, the world has decided it's lame, that question has been answered. How are you actually supposed to do it?
Part of the Mujahideen's arsenal against the Soviets is secretly supplied by the CIA. But the war continues to drag on with neither side gaining the advantage. Now, though, the CIA have started supplying the guerrillas with a new weapon. We don't know the details, but rumor has it that it could turn the tide of the war. The Soviets have heard about it, and it has them spooked. Now the Hamid Mujahideen will issue this weapon, but then they will wiped out in no time. There's no trace of fighting at their fort, and all their supplies are just sitting there. Naturally, that screams biochemical weapons, but the Soviets deny using anything that would violate the BWC. Whatever happened, the Soviets have invaded the area and are searching for this Western weapon tech. This is the CIA's worst.
I think I have the answer, actually.
Into Soviet hands. It'll drastically rewrite the history that's being made here. But the company can't be seen entering the area. That's where we come in. Boss, head to the fort of Desmasi Laman. Find the weapon before the Soviets, and bring it back to base fast. The new weapon is codenamed Honeybee. To the U.S., it's a vital military secret.
Is the stream frozen? We're having some kind of technical difficulty here, but the game's running okay on my end, and am I cameraing okay? Hello, hello. I'm moving it around now in some circles. Let's see if it's registering on my... Yeah, no, I think we're still good. Okay, let's keep going.
Mission accepted.
Okay, but I think I have the answer for when you're supposed to listen to these tapes. And the answer is downtime. You're supposed to listen to them during the downtime. It's just not an easy question to answer because downtime is going to look different to other players. And the open-ended, open-world, sandboxy nature of the game lends itself to different players having a different understanding of what downtime means to them. Someone said that that they listened to the tapes while driving around between site-ups. I did it while driving from site-up to site-up. I did it while exploring Mother Base and also other various flavors of downtime. Yeah. You're supposed to do it during your downtime.
Heading to Afghanistan.
No. Is there any reason why I'd use this Soviet 5.56? Is this supposed to be an AK? It's a common sight in war zones around the world. It's using 5.56 millimeter ammunition. Doesn't quite look like an AK, but I think they're trying to be legally distinct, but you do not need to be legally distinct with AKs. Let's actually put smokes down here and have the finer points of supply or helicopter to the side. Bum bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. I think the Peace Walker anthem definitely needs lyrics, because otherwise it just kind of doesn't really seem to make a whole lot of sense. Oh, we have to spend money on battle dress? I have so much money though, why shouldn't I? Does it make it slower? I have so much money, why shouldn't I? We're gonna do it. Are the Jeeps gonna be useful? When did I unlock these? I don't think they're useful. I have a horse. Oh, splitter. What if splitter will come in handy? Where, when operating vehicles or weapon emplace... What? Operating vehicles or weapon emplacements are going to be 0.03% of the played experience of this game, and that's absolutely not what I want to be making a decisive decision about my stealth, so that's a weird one. Hang on, how do I customize... What am I doing? Loadout 1, loadout 2, I'm mashing buttons trying to figure out how to use my helicopter speaker. Cancel, yeah, let's cancel that because nothing interesting really happened in that menu anyway. Is it here? Where was the helicopter button? Cassette tapes, mother base... Resources. Is the helicopter in the resource menu? No, it's not.
Please
Let's just play the freaking mission.
Accepted. Heading to Afghanistan.
I don't think I did anything in this menu. That was not already unlocked for me. Yeah, let's just go. Let's just go. There was nothing. 18876. We'll just do ASAP. I'm also wondering, what is the downside to going during the daytime? I have questions, but they all seem very arbitrary. You have to pick a tape to set up the helicopter speaker. Okay, so it's in the tapes menu? Will there be like a sign to the helicopter button? Can I make it play the story tapes?
Boss, locate and bring back the U.S. military's new weapon codenamed Honeybee. The CIA put it in the hands of the Hamid group of Mujahideen, but the Hamid fighters were wiped out. The Honeybee must still be hidden at their base, the fort at Desmasi Laman. Unfortunately, the Soviets are looking for the weapon as well. You have to get to it before they do, and bring it back here. There's a photo of the target on your iDroid. One more thing. Apparently, one of the Hamid fighters survived.
Yeah!
But if you can find him, he might lead us to the target. Good luck, boss.
Where's my D-horse? Oh, right here. Oh no, the shadow's fading in. There's gotta be some way to increase shadow fade distance. Okay, I am not taking this with the seriousness that I should. I recall this being a very interesting mission, and I should try to do what I can to get in the mood. Can I get that big-ass marker off of my screen?
It's got to be somewhere in that fort, but the search area is too wide. We need something to point us in the right direction.
It's a good thing that that 94-meter guard is going to completely ignore the horse walking directly in front of him in broad daylight at 12 o'clock. Or at least enough morning light to make the call.
Sun will rise momentarily.
Really feels like I'm in complete fucking nowhere here. I'm also realizing that Metal Gear Solid 5 is remarkably slow-paced. The story of the game has not gotten going. This is the mission where we're finally going to be introduced to the proper villain that we technically were already introduced to with Ground Zeroes, but as a standalone game, Phantom Pain doesn't have that. It's all Phantom Pain. I think I can cut a corner here. Why not, though? Did I lose something by cutting the corner? Was it an interesting decision? It might not have been. Yeah, let's listen to tapes. We're not going to have enough time, but I will point out when things go wrong. 3 minutes.
I hear they started calling you Shalashaska in Afghanistan. What's that about?
But the thing is, I would not have naturally done that. I would have enjoyed the atmosphere instead.
The word became associated with a type of forced labor facility in the Soviet Gulag system. OKB scientists and engineers who'd been convicted of crimes were sent to a Sharashka for forced R&D. The Sharashkas were supervised by Lavrenti Beria of the NKVD, the secret police, under the official name 4th Special Department. Forced research?
A Soviet relay base.
Oh, look, he's interrupting it! You're not supposed to do this. This messes it up.
Regardless of where they came from or why they're here, they revere you. And they're fighting because it was their choice.
And if it wasn't, they'd leave?
Who knows? That's our reality here, whether it's real or not. If there's another truth, I don't want to know it. All that matters is that's the concept that's taken shape in their heads. The traces of a group ideology, our superstructure, to put it in Marxist terms.
All right. Go on.
Right. So anyway, at some point the enemy started calling me Sharashka. This was after the war in Afghanistan broke out. While I was keeping an eye on you in that hospital, I was also heading up interrogations here. The men I broke gave up their comrades
Okay,
and families.
I don't like it.
They wanted to protect the most.
I don't like this.
I just let myself
I kind of want to point at the satellite dish and call for help.
There might be clues to the target's location at that outpost.
What outpost? Okay, not what I wanted, but yeah, things... I don't like it. I don't like doing it like this.
Just that. The interrogator. It helped cover my real objective of keeping you safe.
You went that far for me?
Far enough to keep you alive. I ended up being pretty well known among the Afghan guerrillas. Some of them would have seen me on the battlefield. And that's how I got the second half of the name. Shashka. It's a sword. A type of saber from the Caucasus. Russian dragoons and Cossacks carried them into battle. Now, the Russian Empire had a general by the name of Fyodor Arturovich Keller. His bravery earned him the nickname Russia's greatest Shashka. Someone must have known about that.
Is that prisoner the Hamid survivor? If he is, he has to know something about the honeybee.
The guerrillas were using the name amongst themselves. By the time I got to hearing about it, pronunciation had wound up as Shalashashka.
So half gulag, half hero sword. Is a perfect fit.
But you see how rumors and ideas about people can get out of hand.
Why would he tell him that?
Once you create a character and put it out there in public mind, it warps and twists with every baseless rumor. And before you know it, all people see are phantoms. In my case, it works out just fine. I'm plenty used to working under aliases.
So, I recall these satellite dishes. I recall these dishes being important.
Communications equipment used by the outpost CP. It must be how they keep in touch with headquarters. If you destroy it, you might be able to cut off the CP from their HQ.
And I'm wondering if the distraction would also get them away from that prisoner they're guarding and give me an opportunity to nab him. Oh, wait, hang on. I spotted some tarragon. What is this? Golden crescent. Yes, that blue flower called a golden crescent. I must grab it. Very important for a guy who looks like this in a situation like this to grab those little flowers. Oh, the prisoner's going away? I might not need to blow up the dishes. The way the horse stealth works is just so funny. Boop. Alright, we're going after the prisoner. We're going to take the low route. Oh, the horse is fine. Good thing it handled that drop. Oh, I thought A would be a jump button by muscle memory. Come on, left. I want to go left. No! So yeah, I don't want to listen to my tapes right now. This does not feel like a good time. I want to pay more attention to the thoughts I have to think to sneak past this guy. And climb up the mountain I'm trying to climb up. Distraction C4s might come in handy here. I think later on you're given a bonus objective or something to take out the supply dishes, and that's why I instinctively felt some draw to bomb them. This is new. What do you mean? The game's almost 10 years old. Okay, so I know that we left D-Horse down in a hole down there, but D-Horse just straight up teleports to wherever you need it to be. So we can trot up this ridgeline and follow the road without staying on the road, using a horse with downright, no, come on, magical climbing skills. No! Horse! Horse! The horse will not. Ah, and snake will not either. Oh, can I belly crawl? Nope, cannot belly crawl. Alas. Okay, yeah, I feel like at some point, maybe Kojima and/or game designers, Kojima and friends, thought it might have been a little silly that in these open world games you just take the highest point, straightest line, and don't gotta worry about your character's footing in these ridiculous slopes we're climbing. Death Stranding is a game all about addressing that problem. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee in the bathroom. I'll be right back. So, in open world action games, I typically, throughout all my years of playing those kinds of games, have found that they can afford you, as the player, great strategic gains from not really taking what always looks like the intended route. Sticking to these hills and these mountains and drawing straight lines between all your points of interest causes you to lose out on a lot of fun that should be had, but it works. It gets you results. Look, I'm successfully sneaked past so many guards. There was a prisoner I was kind of interested in, and they drove him down the road. I didn't put any tracking device or anything on it, but we still know exactly where it is. It's over 1,000 meters away and moving at a fast speed, but maybe if I didn't know that, I'd be more tempted to follow the road down there. Oh, at some point, won't there be a helicopter I gotta hide behind? So yeah, in Death Stranding, there's not really a road at all. And getting your characters to have some stable footing on these ridiculous slopes is something that was definitely thought a lot more between the two games. I guess there's no guards here, but if there were, I'd be using the ridge lines. Why am I doing this? What does the golden crescent get used for? I did it because it was shiny. Something in my brain wanted to get the shiny thing. There's no cost to doing it besides time. There is something to be gained, I don't even know what. There is a satisfying kinesthetic pleasure impulse from the boing when you pick something up after holding the button down and it snaps all nice. That's why I got it. I don't consider that answer to be very interesting. Okay, so there's going to be a helicopter around the corner. Yeah, there's a helicopter. Let's get down and camouflage. Snake, the enemy gunship, the enemy helicopter. Now, isn't that a voice line we're going to hear like 50 times or so? I recall that being one of the most disappointing, annoying things about the grander overarching problem of excessive radio chatter. But with helicopters, I recall it being especially bad. The enemy gunship. Especially because it was an incomplete sentence. Is it Miller or Kaz or Ocelot we're listening to? I have a hard time even telling the difference between them from voice. Whoever it is who's talking in our ears about the enemy gunship, I don't think they say it in a complete sentence. I think they just say the enemy gunship and leave it at that.
Extraction arrived at
Oh, hey, sandstorm, nice. I don't think I need to bother these guys at all. Hey, I know where to go. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Loopy-doopy-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I remember this map after so many years. I'm nitpicking, but it's still phenomenally excellent game design if I can remember where a big lump of rock is that's kind of sort of making a circular shape that I can go around clockwise to cut a corner of those two guys on their patrol route. Yep. And get ahead of them and cover a whole bunch of distance really fast. Yeah, they're all the way down there, and I'm up here now. Still 244 meters away from target. We're quite zigzagged. Now I'm feeling less confident about sprinting into the sandstorm because I don't know what's ahead of me. You know how you... Hey gamers, you know how you have the Resident Evil mansion memorized in your memory? That's generally a sign of good level design. I think something like that's happening here. I remembered... Woo! Wah! I remembered something about the level design and layout going on there. My computer keeps pausing briefly, and I think it's, disk space? I don't know. There's not enough time. Uh-oh. Nice! Good, view distance, guy. You got better eyes than most of your comrades.
That's tarragon, the type of medicinal...
Don't!
It contains trace amounts of a
I'm concentrating. I'm thinking.
active ingredient in pentazemin.
Wow, he went right over here. He wasted no time either. Oh, yeah. There's a high route that I think I want to take. I think I picked Rocky camo for this one. What are these markers on the wall? The blue. Is it lapis lazuli? It doesn't look like writing. Might be natural. Might be some kind of mineral. Oh, watch out for fall spots that might kill me.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
I think I could take that fall. I feel like I saw Boss took a similar fall at Mother Base, and it was scary, but didn't kill him. I think the blue is lapis lazuli. I don't remember that blue being there. What's the sign say? Anyone know how to read this? Wah! There's a guy there who completely ignored me. I was shocked, but he sure wasn't. Bribe guntails. What does the sign say? It might not even be Arab. I don't know. There's like Arabic. There's Farsi. I think Afghanistan speaks several different languages, but the Soviets in Afghanistan... Is there still Persian floating around? I can't understand much of it, though. Also, video game Arabic is oftentimes, like, really butchered, right? Like, they post it backwards or just have nonsense on there? Pashto, yeah. Flashlight. Why would they give me the flashlight hint here?
Smasse Fort. De Smasse Lamont. Now to find the honeybee.
God, this game looks so good! Oh! Oh, there's the prisoner again. Oh, I should blow up the C4 is way back there. Did that do anything? Am I out of range? No one reacted. Anyways, let's get these guys tagged and get to enjoying one of my favorite missions. Although I'm wondering if my judgment here is actually kind of off, because compared to the previous Metal Gear games I've been playing in recent memory this year as I'm going through the whole series, what can I say? Where the bees sleep sure is no Operation Snake Eater. And that the better missions of Metal Gear Solid 5 still might have a depressing lack of narrative design going on in them. I think C4 has a 50-meter range. Oh, then I'm way out of range for sure. The chirp. I think that chirp means that there was someone in view. Yeah. What does that chirp mean? Chirp. Chirp, chirp. Chirp. Ah! Oh, now you can see the mic feedback coming up. Oh wait, Kojima said Ogre Project would look superficially similar but would play very different. I think that chirp means that there's people in your view, that they might be obscured by a rock or something, but that there are AI NPC entities within the player's field of view here. Chirp. Chirp, chirp. 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 There we go. No! Okay, we got him. Okay. Now I feel confident about causing some kind of distraction to get them off the prisoner. Are they ever going to move the prisoner? Do I have to smoke a phantom cigar?
That's a military four-wheel drive.
No, it's not. What are you talking about, Miller? Kaz, Ocelot, whichever one this one is. Wait, Miller is Kaz.
The Soviet soldier.
Oh, that's Ocelot. Oh, he's going to talk about racism.
There's less hesitation to pull the trigger if they're not fighting their own race. Morbid cynicism, but it gets results. That's humanity for you.
And isn't that, like, very scarily well-documented military science that has been scientifically proven over and over again? Anyways, I don't think it has much to do with the current situation, and I'm trying to get them to tell me something about the prisoner.
Is that prisoner the Hamid survivor? If he is, he has to know something about the honeybee.
But how are we going to understand him? Why are we picking carrots?
Black carrot. It's something of an ancestor to the domestic carrot. It's also a favorite of wild animals.
Oh, you use it for the animal capture cages, don't you? Oh, I recall some very fun side ops, portable ops, extra ops, that's what they call it. In the second half of the game, when the story gets really weird and all like postmodern, it's like, oh, you beat the story, what next? What do you do for the rest of your life now? I didn't even hear what he said because I was too busy talking. Is he talking about the little bunker shack? Sure is a good thing they don't hear the loud metallic clap of my loud rickety gun hitting the dirt. Okay, we're gonna plant bombs to cause a distraction just in case we need one later. I don't entirely surely know if we need one because I have a feeling they might just move the prisoner on a timer. Wow, I'm trying to climb up there and plant a bomb on the thing up there. How do I up there? Was Miller talking about dumpsters? No, we might have been talking about the little barrack shacks. You can get in these things. Neat. Whee! Oh, wow, this is awful. Oh, this looks more like a prison than somewhere you'd want as the barracks. How does the ventilation in here work? It's all metal. Okay, well, the thing on top of it... No, it has a blue light. I am supposed to blow that up. Or at least, I think I can. I don't know if I have to blow up anything, come to think of it. Can I just put the bomb down on the ground and they'll come to the spot where it explodes? I don't like the sound of biologic... What? Is that an alert or a caution? I don't entirely know if I managed to hit him in time. Okay, what's the upside of sneaking during the day? I think that was more the question. Oh, this must be an alert. Also, these are stairs? Also, these are ancient ruins of some kind? I'm waiting for these prisoner guys to move off of them. Oh, let me look at his resume. Wait, how do I get his resume info? Maybe I just don't. I don't think you equipped the better scope. Wait, you have to equip it? What do you mean? Oh no, they brought the helicopter over here. God, this music's cool. These cards are so blind. So this will be a good test to see if the C4 range really is 50 meters or not, because I'm 70, 80 meters away. Definitely more than 50. I wonder if I should hide in one of these disgusting, sweaty, smelly trailers. Nah. Oh, hey, oh boy. How come I'm not boxing? Okay, now we're boxing. Sandstorm and the C4 still don't seem like they're enough to get these guys away from the prisoner, but they're not as harshly stuck on him as before. Okay, maybe some kind of flash grenade, smoke grenade. We got smoke grenade. We don't have flash grenades, but we do have smoke grenades. Let's get them nice and smoked. Equip the real gun on our way in. We're gonna go for CQC though before we go for guns.
Extraction arrived at Metabase.
Alright, this spot should be perfect. Yeah, that was clean. That was really clean.
Survivor. The guy's a mute, but he pointed out the whereabouts of the honeybee on a map. It's on your iDroid. Head on over there and retrieve it.
Oh, this is great.
That's where they hit the honeybee. Go retrieve it.
Oops, nope, wrong one. Now, where do I find the actual objective now? Yeah. Oh.
Sun will set shortly.
Look how weird this looks. Why are there candles? Who put these candles here? What is this, like, code talker shit happening? Why did they decide to hide the weapon in ruins? I don't know. I'm kind of loving this. There's a real sense of narrative design to this mission. We're having a beginning and a middle, and this is the climax, kinda. Or maybe like the escalation in the middle. Still can't find what I'm looking for, though. This is a Hamid fighter base. They put them in. Oh. Is that explained by the dialogue? It would not make a lot of sense for the local or the foreign overpowered imperialist military to set up candles. I guess it would make sense for the local underpowered militias and guerrillas to set up candles. Either way, it still seems like they're prioritizing atmospheric immersion over tactical lighting action in the war zone. And I dig it. Like, this is such a different environment than how we started out and where we went. Like, the sneaking in here works so much different. It's way scarier going from these rooms to rooms when you don't have overhead visibility. Honeybee.
You secured the target. Now you just need to bring it back. Call the chopper from your iDroid. You are not to use the honeybee. The order was to recover it with its ammunition.
Okay, I also recall a beautiful 10-minute long Kojima cutscene happens at the end of this mission, right? Which is another reason why this might be one of the old favorites, old Metal Gear fans' favorite missions. Storytelling through gameplay, and I love it. Yeah, right? Like, maybe I was supposed to ask, who put these candles here? Why is it so weird in here? Yeah, that was the kind of thinking out loud you're supposed to be doing with this kind of narrative environmental design, right? Is there a safer route out of here than the one I instinctively want to use? Beautiful is a strong word. No, there's a few shots in this cutscene coming up that I recall really flabbergasting me with their mastery of the digital virtual camera. Like, I can smell this place. Like, I can smell it right now. That's how strong the atmosphere is. The dust, fuel, and candle fire. And then maybe some, like, fart, poop, gross. There is a certain sort of atmosphere immersion going on here that other Metal Gears don't get to. It's not often in a Metal Gear game where you get a real sense of smell in the place that you're sneaking through. Yeah, look at this! Look at how cool this looks! So wait, I was real nervous about sneaking out there, but apparently something was going on. They were gassing the place with parasite gas or whatever. Look at how good that looked! That looked so... The fog... They can do composition with this. It's way easier to compose a shot with the background so simple now. Yeah, this is awesome. Like, I can't tell you what's going on here. The story makes no sense. But in terms of, like, sheer cinematography, how they managed to very smoothly and seamlessly just get rid of the background in all these shots is gorgeous. It's also running at like 200 frames per second or something.
Rested, big boss.
This cutscene looks exceptionally pretty, and it's running exceptionally smoothly.
How you've changed.
Okay, so Skullface notices
Such little weapons as that.
that boss has changed.
Well, I'm sure you'll see the bigger picture eventually. If you get out of here alive. Rest in peace this time. I'll see you in hell, boss.
What the hell was that thing? It was huge.
You can't tell me that this is not one of the best Kojima cutscenes he's ever made. Something about the way this one uses fog and those unbroken camera movements and the way that the boss character just like so very smoothly dramatically goes from pose to pose is hitting some highs here that I don't feel have been hit often throughout the rest of the series. But superficial.
What's he doing to that soldier?
It's kind of skin deep beauty. Look at how good the game looks now! Oh, let's, yeah, I remember the exciting way. This is the way Kojima wants us to get out of this mission, right?
Maybe it's time to see what the honeybee can do.
No, it's not. I thought I was instructed not to. Wait, might not be the way Kojima wanted us to escape out of the mission. Oh no! We're not gonna need the suppressor right now. Fucking regular grenade! What is that? Is that not the way to go? It was too foggy to see anything.
Looks like they're gone. Then bring the target back.
Hell yeah! That was like a little janky, a little weird, but honestly, maybe that's the way it should be. There was some mist so thick that I did not want to go forward for risk of triggering some kind of game over state. I might have actually had a close call in a couple of the firefights I was having on my way out of there. I don't think I technically killed anyone because it looked like I was shooting at zombies and weird mutants who were who will get better. These are guards directly in front of my path. I even shouted, "Whoa, whoa!" and the guards did not care. When I die, I'm gonna install a mod that'll increase their view distance by like 200% or something silly. I don't like their view distance. There's a way to beat this game with more realistic guard view distance, I'm sure. Another thing I just noticed when trying to get off the horse that makes this game's controls feel real good is that when you're on the horse, the B button and the A button and the X button, when you're standing still and trying to get off the horse, aren't going to do a whole lot. It's the Y button I was looking for. But it's nice pressing the wrong buttons on the controls and your character doesn't do the wrong thing you don't want them to do. That was fun. That was a very fun mission. You could also knock out zombies and extract them for hero base. It's still just as smooth and impressive on a technical level. Right, that was another thing. Like, that was going so fast. This is an almost 9-year-old game and the graphics still look good. There is still a shocking amount of photorealism that they get to during the daytime desert rocky stuff. And it's just enough to have some really beautiful looking imagery on the screen every now and then. That Skullface introduction cutscene, in terms of like the visuals, I think that's some peak Kojima cutscene. Where the Bees Sleep is damn good video game, and yet it still feels on a lower level than the highs of Metal Gear I've been enjoying with these permadeath runs.
It's not human. And those deformities.
They attacked the Soviets too.
And that Grim Reaper look-alike in charge of them. That giant thing that carried him off. What the hell are they?
Cypher.
Oh, what do they want? What's their objective? Why Afghanistan?
Is Cypher the prototypical Metal Gear bad guy squad? They've got freaks who aren't human and a giant robot, and everyone's acting real confused about it, but should us as players are well familiar with the routine. Wait, no, it's the Cobra unit. Yeah, we've already met the prototypical Metal Gear villain unit.
Killed without a fight, and no trace of BC weaponry. What does it all mean?
That's what we're here to find out.
Yeah, right. If we really need to know, the truth will reveal itself. Even if it's ugly.
How are we flying back and forth from the Seychelles to Afghanistan via helicopter?
Boss, I'm creating a new intel team to support you in our areas of operation. Members of this team will head out into the field and conduct reconnaissance. Knowing the strength of an enemy force beforehand will help you carry out missions more smoothly. We may also learn something about the skull-faced man. So, boss, that brings me to assigning staff to the intel team. There might be guys already assigned to other teams who are more suited to the intel team. Go ahead and assign them as you see fit.
I'm kind of wishing this just wasn't a Metal Gear game, while also painfully realizing it would not have sold copies if it wasn't. Like, what it's doing is cool, it's just so far off the mark of what the franchise is used to, and we all know behind the scenes, painfully, really, that...
I've selected the ones I'd like you to handle, and added them to the list. Take a look on your iDroid. The more missions you complete, the more we can expand Mother Base.
We also know very well behind the scenes that Kojima had been wanting to make a non-Metal Gear game for a while. Yeah, it's fun. I'm having fun, but there's no way this is as perfect as I remembered it. or like what used to characterize it. Like I still don't know if I'm having as much fun as when I'm replaying Metal Gear Solid 3. I'm not. I'm having fun, but it's not Metal Gear Solid 3 levels of peak fun. You just... I don't... Can you even reach that height ever again? I'm also racking myself in confusion over whether or not all the extra stuff that's not as cool as the main game stealth gameplay brings the main stealth gameplay down. It shouldn't. It's buried under menus outside of that, but whenever I skim through those menus and listen to it, I just feel stupid. It makes me feel stupid in a way I'd rather not feel. So, as good as the core stealth gameplay is, I wish I didn't have to feel stupid every now and then to enjoy it. You're having a big think about it, though. Something tells me Kojima also wanted this not to be a Metal Gear. So, yeah, and the cool stuff that's outside is like the mother base and the cassette tape stuff, and if this was a different game, that might not be there. There might be a very elegant loop of ridiculously refined stealth gameplay that plugs into a story about how enjoying ridiculously fine stealth gameplay is actually morbidly supporting the military-industrial complex or whatever, which ultimately turns war into a boring economic activity instead of a meaningful existential struggle, which is like kind of sort of where Metal Gear Solid was going anyway, and a sort of meta-narrative lesson about the nature of violent video games himself that I feel might have been addressed in Death Stranding more. There's something going on here that is really interesting and cool that would have been easier to decipher if it was not a Metal Gear game. And bringing out the genius of it, it still feels like even when you can fully recognize this game for its own good merits and what it was trying to do, it's grinding against something that's bringing out some of the most stupid sentences you would say when criticizing or talking about games like, oh yeah, it's a great game, it's just not a great Metal Gear game. I'm somewhat shocked and saddened at how mutually exclusive both categories really are. If he couldn't make Project Ogre, nor could he have made a truly subversive Metal Gear Solid 4 to end the series off, where the characters get arrested and tried for war crimes. This feels like a compromise. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, feels like an acknowledgement that he can't make the kind of games he wants to make without core thrills of Metal Gear games missing. Without something magical that everyone loves about Metal Gear game missing, and that is the cinematic, exciting action story. Because it seems like as much as he loves movies and is influenced by movies and can't stop talking about movies, at this point in Kojima's game design career, it seems like he's actively not actually that interested in making a very cinematic game anymore. Neither Death Stranding nor Metal Gear Solid 5 are cinematic in the sense that they have stories that can be edited and repackaged in a movie in a similar way you could do with Metal Gear Solid 1 through 3. For Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, you have to feel with your hands the actual phantom pain. You have to feel like something important is missing. And for Death Stranding, for the story's not going to make sense, and it shouldn't make sense, and trying to make the story make sense isn't the way you should go about it. The story is a lot of times what you're like thinking in between the destinations of delivering packages, and the actual story of you delivering that package is not really what you're writing home about anyway. It's about the emotional response of what is left unsaid between nodes of your delivery routes. For example, there's a very moving story that occurs in Death Stranding that's wonderful and makes perfect emotional sense, and it's when you reconnect an estranged couple who got separated from each other in a horrifying terrorist attack and have spent years away and assuming the other person in the couple's dead. You find out that not only are they actually alive, they're actually right next to each other. There's one hill with one ghost in between the two. And there's a beautiful moment where you pack the girl up into a backpack and carry her across the one hill. And the cutscenes in the story never acknowledge how there's only one hill between the two. There's maybe 10 minutes of gameplay, but they are so... the vocal performances that they deliver their story with sell the idea that they genuinely thought there was far more ground between them. But you... know that there's not because of the way the game's designed. The game space puts one hill between them, and that small amount of game space is part of the story being told there. It's part of the tragedy. It makes the ethos of it hit harder. Stuff like that's happening here. There is an unspoken ethos, a language being told through game design, and not the cutscenes, and not the cassette stories, that feels like it might be getting bogged down by all the Metal Gear stuff going on. I'm having a big think. I just played one of the best missions in the game, and I feel sad about how I'm feeling the phantom pain at the end of that mission. I'm feeling the phantom pain, guys. I remember Where the Bees Sleep being... When I was playing Metal Gear Solid 5 for the first time, I remember that being one of the highs. When beating the game, I was like, boy, it sure would be nice if the whole game was made out of missions like Where Do the Bees Sleep? And I've been playing through Metal Gear games for an entire year at a very consistent beat 1 week. I was playing Ground Zeroes during the very same session I was playing Where to the same sitting, at least, of Where the Bees Sleep. And that's a painful reminder that even the peak mission design of Metal Gear Solid 5 is still, as good as it is, it's still not there. It's still not the same peak kind of peak mission design you would get when feeling the highs of the other games. Where the Bees Sleep is still no Ground Zeroes. It's one of the best missions in the game, and is still no Ground Zeroes. Maybe it's an overcorrection of the main complaint about Metal Gear Solid 4. That's the vibe I've been getting from Metal Gear Solid 5. An overcorrection, an attempt at wrapping up the series through, but in a way that's absolutely not indulging in shameless fan service about it. It's still not even that bad of a swan song to the series. Like... you can just hear Big Boss rolling his eyes at how many times they've jumped the shark before, and he has to go do it one more time, yet again. So I guess at this point, there might as well be no more exciting ground to explore than nailing the mechanics of sneaking up on some poor human being that survived billions of years of evolutionary struggle only to die at like 19 years old from a sneaky knife to the throat over a conflict that neither combatant has a particularly strong emotional state in. This is a game about how sad the state of video games has come to conclude, and it does it in a way that is also making the swan song out of its own sadistic, brutal video game power fantasy that it had been made famous for. There is very little happiness in this man we're looking at here. And yet the fans will tell you happily, they'll clap like seals by telling you that this has the best gameplay of the whole franchise. The best Metal Gear gameplay has the worst story. And are we, like, acknowledging that maybe you can't? No. No. There's gotta be a way to balance the two. Kojima himself has balanced the two. If Phantom Pain is making a conscious sacrifice to make gains somewhere else, it seems like it's unsatisfied with that being the status quo of things. This is a game about feeling a perpetual sense of dissatisfaction. One of the best Metal Gear Solid games is also the most disappointing. I think I'm not going to come up with more coherent thoughts on the spot than those. We're going to keep playing next week, and we're going to try to get these more coherent thoughts about the phantom pain that we're feeling a little more sensible by then. But at the end of last week's stream, I think I felt better than I'm feeling at the end of this one. And I think it's because this one had a high I was really looking forward to, and I'm realizing the highs I'm feeling now were not reaching where I wanted them to be. Yep, that's what it's like. Bribe, goddamn. The pain. Actually decide where the bees sleep, but he left Konami after he blew up so that all you're left with is a phantom of the pain. Overcorrection is what Ryan Payton said about how Kojima deals with criticism. Even when he's sick and tired of Metal Gear, Kojima still wanted to at least make sure the gameplay was fun. Game feel, sure. Yeah, but there's more. There's so much more to life than game feel. There's so much more to a Metal Gear game than just the tightness of the core stealth action gameplay. There is a harmony between the ludic and the narrative, the gameplay and the story, that I think Kojima is not feeling with the whole production and vibes of the Phantom Pain, and that the disharmony, in fact, is what he wants you to feel in this case. This game doesn't seem excited to be here, like how Peace Walker even seemed excited to be here, and how Death Stranding seems excited to be here. There's a certain kind of energy and a passion that comes through with the enthusiasm of the voice actors and their story, and just how much crazy stuff happens in the first act when you get hooked in. Phantom Pain is very understated. It's very melancholy. It's not very excited to be here. It's looking forward to going through the motions again, but it's not bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in a way that the energy and enthusiasm of so many good Metal Gear games throughout the years have always had. Peace Walker had a whole J-pop sequence about how excited it was to be here. Yeah, it's the holistic experience. We'll get another dosage of Phantom Pain in about a week. We still haven't died. We've come close to dying maybe 2 times. There was one time in the hospital, and one time when I was getting out of the bees sleeping and my Jeep was braking on me and it was not going fast enough. It was getting stuck on the stairs. Other than that, it's been a remarkably interesting game to come back to. An enjoyable and frustrating one to analyze and think about. And an occasionally frustrating one in your fingers. When you're sneaking around guys, it's beautiful. When you're doing other things, it's kind of cumbersome and tough on your fingers. But when it comes to committing war crimes, they really nailed this one. It's a clean, beautiful, silky smooth depiction of feeling good about committing war crimes, and makes you wonder if that's really all that video games are about.